All right, who's ready for the hospital? Before we do the hospital, before we do the hospital. Before we get a sub from Bregwin. Thank you, Bregwin. As always. Ugh. um, Listen, I've before I say thank you to Bregwin, I've got to give a massive apology to everyone. I'm so very, very sorry. You see, apparently, once upon a time, I was friendly and humble and ambitious. But now I am a self-important, smug elitist who has failed himself and his family. I'm sorry, of all things. Like I love it how every time someone tries to insult me on the internet, they go for like the least likely or least possible thing. Like it's like insulting me of having curly hair. And it's like, what? Anyways, so Brakeman's putting that towards. I have no idea. That's the best part. I don't think they actually meant anything in particular. They just decided to be like, "Oh, you're so elitist." They didn't call me bald this time. I'm impressed by that. So Gothic 1, Resident Evil block, Pokemon Violet. Yeah, if you've been on the internet as long as I have, you know, sometimes people get creative with their insults. Sometimes people will like write down paragraphs and essays about how much you suck. And then every now and then someone will show up and be like, "You're bald." Or, you know, in this case, "You're elitist." And it's like, sure, Dark Ram. It's not like I'm going to play Silent Hill 1. But yeah, sometimes I'll get passive aggressive about it. Like, I guess it was, I just liked you better before you were such an elitist dick about it or something like that, you know. Okay, hospital. I'm actually kind of looking forward to this. It's going to take us like the entire first shift. Okay, we already read that. I'm fine with keyboard so far, and I do prefer keyboard when it comes to aiming, and since aiming and positional damage, or location damage, whatever it's called, is a thing in this version, yeah, I'm probably going to stick with mouse and keyboard. It's also more comfortable to do with my arms separated like this. Wait, I'm sorry. Are all of those faceless? Oh my god, they're all the bubble nurses. Oh, that's wild. Can I just say, for those of you watching the VODs, and this is specifically for the VOD watchers, can I just say how legit the comments have been? Like, I was actually kind of scared. I know. But I was kind of scared by how much I was preferring the new version, how much it was just working better, and, you know, different takes, different approach, blah, blah, blah. And I was just scared of the purists flooding and just hitting me with pitchforks and all that fun stuff. But the comment section's actually been really legit. Should probably turn on my flashlight here. Steal some pills in a rundown... You know, James, I wouldn't steal pills from a hospital bathroom that looked clean. You're stealing pills from a hospital bathroom that looks like that. You know, fair, Dakota. But not quite what I meant. I've never played Dungeon Siege here. I've seen some people agree, some people disagree. Some people give nuanced takes, like I prefer this thing in the original, I prefer this thing in the new one, you know? You know, like I like having an actual goddamn opinion.
There.
Laura! Wait!
It's okay. We don't want to hurt you.
Here's a fun thought.
God damn it.
She probably just sees James when she looks at James. What does she see when she looks at Maria?
Why would she run from us?
I don't think she likes me very much.
But why?
I don't know.
I think it just came with the latest update, Blade 12. And yeah, I mentioned that yesterday, Act. If you prefer the original, that's fine. But she locked the door behind her. Like, ain't no judgment here, right? Actually, no. YouTube DMs were disabled like 5 or 6 years ago. It actually kind of sucked because for the longest time it was the only really reliable private way to get a hold of me. As of right now, there is no reliable private way to get a hold of me. Like, you could whisper me on Twitch, maybe, if you have your phone attached to your account, which I don't, so I can't respond to you. Interesting, Darkrai. Sounds like a classic 1, 2, 3. Sorry, so most jump scares in fiction follow 3 very simple patterns. 1, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3. So the 1 is obvious. And, you know, something, oh my god, an eel pops out. Ah! That's a 1. A 1, 2, there's actually professional terms for this, I can't remember right now, so forgive me. A 1, 2 is when you build up to it and then pay off with it. So imagine you're slowly walking up to the water, not sure what's in it, and then an eel pops out. A 1, 2, 3 is you slowly walk up to the water, you're not sure what's in it, and it was nothing. Ah, okay. And then the jump scare happens after the relief moment. That's your 3 formulas of jump scares right there. If you are younger than 40, you're probably more used to the 3 because jump scares were already so cliched 40 years ago that the subversion, which is the 1, 2, 3, started becoming, you know, people started using that in order to not have a typical jump scare, and then that just kind of became so common that it became the norm. Like, I can name films from the 80s that do 1, 2, 3. And no, there's no 0 by definition. I'm not sure how that would apply. Maybe like the whole game is just a jump scare, or the whole movie, or the whole show. Non-stop, just and that's like the whole game. Yeah, I guess 0 would be no jump scare. That's actually, I like that. I'm gonna steal Judo Joker's. I've got a great idea that I just came up with. That has nothing to do with Judo Joker. It's 0 is no jump scare. Oh god, it's already one. I will say this, in my experience, there's a real art to how long you do the build-up, either on a 2 or a 3. Because if you do it too quickly, everyone's just like, ah! If you take too long, then it's worse. Because what happens is you could graph it on a chart, the relative tension the viewer has, as you're building up, and then it'll start to dip, and then go down and down and down, and at some point, like, we're just like, get on with it, right? If you drag it out too long, it just gets to the point of get on with it. What's funny is, if you're paying attention, this is the exact same approach, it just occurred to me, as Baothos. Real quick, because I know I should be playing it, but just bear with me, because this is interesting to me. For those of you who don't remember, Baothos, sometimes referred to as the MCU effect, is when I slowly... Bragwin, do you mind if I use you real quick? It'll make this easier. I'm going to ask your permission, though, because I don't want to be a dick about it. Ah, shoot, I lost Bragwin. Okay, I'll use... okay. I'll use my extremely real Canadian girlfriend, who definitely exists, who's named... McFadden. Her name's Gates. Her name's Gates. Okay, so Gates is there. Baothos. So, oh, Gates, there's something I need to tell you. Yes, what is it? I need to tell you that I was really thinking about getting pizza today. That's Baothos right there. It's a really, really simple, dumb, one-step explanation of it. It's a form of emotional subversion. You build up to A, you pay off with B. Make sense? Now, you usually hear it in the comedic sense, because that's what the MCU has in many ways poisoned the fictional verse with. But that's Baothos. It's the same problem, though. The more you build up, the worse it gets. Like there's a bit of deliberate build up, and then if you keep building up and keep building up, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Because, like, imagine you're like, listen, Gates, there's something I need to tell you. Something very personal. Something I'm not sure I should tell you. It's been on my mind for a long time, and, well, it's something that I can't stay quiet about. And it just takes, the longer it takes, the worse it gets, because at some point or another, the audience knows it's going to be Bathos. They know they have recognized the joke. They have recognized the direction they're taking it. And it stops being funny, and it gets aggravating. And then if you keep dragging it out, it goes down. It can actually dip into the negatives of, get on with it. Same exact problem as with the jump scare buildup. Timing is so critical. All right, so let's see if any of these doors opened up now that the kids wandered off. Probably not. Oh, okay. Well, see, that's an interesting question, T. Zuler. So, the answer is yes, but it's actually easy to screw that up, too. So some of you are familiar with what's referred to as, and I mean this sincerely, as Family Guy effect. Family Guy effect is more like a circle, okay? Here's where the joke's funny. Here's where the joke is not funny. And you drag the joke out until it stops being funny. And then you drag the joke out more until the fact that you're dragging it out becomes the joke. And then it becomes funny again. But even that still has a tempo to it, because it's possible to then drag it out even more, and it goes back to not being funny, and you're just like, all right, get on with it. As with, and you know what? I'm gonna neatly tie this into Silent Hill 2R. No, seriously, hear me out. Because Silent Hill 2R both does this well and poorly. Execution's everything. No, I don't mean like that. No, I don't mean that kind of execution. Actually doing a story idea, doing a story beat properly, proper presentation, proper execution, proper whatever. Did she just cover her eyes? Because I put, oh my god, she did. That's actually cool.
Trying to blind me, James?
Sorry. Is great, and that's what turns something from, like, again, think about how many cutscenes in this game are functionally unchanged in terms of writing, and yet take on completely different and arguably better tone, specifically because of the fact that it is presented differently. Now, you're probably thinking, so it's better, right? And yeah, I would say that several moments of this remake have been just better because of the fact that they've been better executed. Thing is, there's one thing they've been doing that's not been better executed, and that is, of course, the padding. It's one of the reasons I'm dreading this dungeon. Yeah, let me pull out this giant scissor blade here. Hi, Relictum. Oh, wow. Look, if it gets more people playing Oblivion, I'm down. Okay, so that's just, there's nothing here. Yep, okay. Let's try over here. No, that's where the gun should be, and nothing else. Like... Oh yeah, no, I looked at that map, and I remember that's just the first map, too. That's just the initial. Okay, it feels like it wants me to solve this puzzle first. I'm going to glance at the walkthrough, see what I'm missing here. Whoops. This is not what I wanted. I've heard almost nothing but good things about Oblivion R. It's weird. I mean, the amount of effort they have put into recreating Oblivion, as in, warts and all, is actually kind of impressive, and once again, goes to it being a remaster. Let's see. I saw that Mega Skull Moonspock one. Here we go. Okay, so apartments, Southern Vale, hospital. Here we go. Well, whatever.
Second floor?
Basement.
Oh, of course.
That reminds me, I need to write that down as a potential positive. Of course it is RJ. Yeah, it's actually funny. I was talking about differences between the remake and the original.
This place feels so empty. More than the other places we've been.
One of the things I've noticed is a fairly strong difference between the two, and I think at least some of you will agree with me, as most of you who probably have never played this game before until I streamed it a few days ago, is that the original was a lot funnier. There hasn't been a single humor bone in this version in this version of the game. This has been a very straight horror game, as opposed to the original, which was just and yeah, I'm pretty sure the original was not intended to be as funny as it is. But tell me the original isn't funny. Yes, Kennex Scout, you... I would allow my niece to play Oblivion. Put it that way.
Hey, this one's open. Nope. Doesn't work.
And Skyrim, for that matter. I'm not sure she'd like Morrowind. See, Ect, I think, asked that question the other day in a different format, which is, you know, at which age would you allow your niece to play such and such? Like, what age rating would you put on a certain game? I don't think I answered out loud, for which I apologize. In my head, it's more about, like age is more about mental maturity than age.
Generator.
You think you could get it working? Might get the elevator running again.
So we need gas and a switch. Okay. Because, yeah, real age doesn't really convey anything. I know people who are older than me who are younger than me. You know what I mean? So, like, kind of depends. I also happen to know my niece in particular, know which kind of things bother her. Nothing in Oblivion or Skyrim would particularly bother her.
Oh!
You son of a submariner. Doom 4? So, oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Killing Scout. Yeah, see, the thing is, Doom 4 is pretty cartoony. If she wanted to play it right now, I'd be like, sure. Like, there's going to be a lot of very cartoony blood and guts. And I'd tell her that up front. Like, hey, it's okay to put it down. She'd be like, okay. Ironically, I probably wouldn't want her to play Doom 5 for a completely different reason. Because Doom 5 is an extremely high skill-intensive game, to the point where it actually detracts from the game. If you remember, that was one of my main complaints. The skill floor was high and the skill ceiling was higher. So So I just feel like she'd just get frustrated at that, you know? Exhausting. Good word for it. I'd still let her play it if she wanted to.
I think they're gone. For now.
Okay, so we have an empty fuel can now. I mean, the Australian government will treat a game that happens to have a central point about not taking a drug as a mature game because drugs. I mean, I'll use another example. I'd let her play Resident Evil 4. The original. I haven't played the remake, obviously. Now, once again, I'd give her a proviso. Hey, there's going to be like tentacles and monsters popping out of people. Just so you know. So, FYI. But otherwise, go for it. Good afternoon, new girl. I'm the only person who's described Disco Elysium as depressing. Really? We're running low on bleach, white laundry detergent, starch, white sheets. The amount of bleach you use is getting ridiculous. The sheets are not getting any whiter. I won't ask questions, just end it. Okay. I hadn't heard specifics, Ect, but honestly, getting things like Meta and Apple out of government is probably a good thing. Hang on, where do I want to go with this? Here, maybe? Okay, in there. So, not to be an elitist, smug, self-important person, yeah.
Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll be right back.
You better.
But what do you want to bet people weren't paying attention to the world building of Disco Elysium? Disco Elysium is what we call a doomed world. And the more you pay attention to it, the more you recognize just how messed up that planet is. If you can even call it a planet, it might not be. So, I won't spoil too much, but there's this thing, I actually forget what they call it. It's this white fog that breaks down reality and people's ability to think. Pale, thank you. That's in between cities, and it's spreading. People have figured out ways to traverse it at extreme cost. And doing so is expensive and dangerous and still might not work. And again, the pale is spreading. So, yeah. End statement. It's actually a major background plot point that people are slowly starting to freak out more and more and more about the pale and about the fact that they're not sure what to do about it because they don't know how to stop the spread of it. Oh yeah, that's ignoring the fact that there's a war that may have already started during the events of the game, which we might not even know about because of how disconnected everywhere is. That's another thing, adding to the depression thing. Each given habitable zone is extremely isolated because of the pale. So in some cases, you can go for weirdly long stretches of time without actually even getting word from, you know, the rest of the world. It's really messed up.
More of those things.
Think I didn't see you there? Huh? Huh? Oh man, that ending, Judo Joker. Even if you go with the best ending, which remember we did. Whew. Well, I did too, Baron.
Let's check out that elevator.
Which version? Mega Skull on Spock Bug. You didn't mind by asking. Now, granted, I haven't played the other Silent Hill games, but yeah, as of Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill, the place, is pretty contained. I mean, again, horror movie, right? What was it called? Jacob's Ladder? Oh, God. Imagine if it spread. Alright, so... I don't think anything's changed here, so let's go ahead and hit world. Floor 2. Might as well be a world how big that map is. Yeah, that's true. We still have F coming out this year, apparently. August, I want to say. Here comes the rain again.
Maria?
I think we did, Dakota. I think we just got rid of the sunlight.
Hey. You okay?
I'm sorry.
That's fine. What's going on? Are you hurt?
It's nothing. Probably just a hangover.
Maybe you should rest.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, God, that stained mattress.
Mmm. So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
James? I wanted to ask you. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't really thought about that.
Get back soon, okay?
I like that scene a lot better than the weird one in the original, but I want to explain one of the specific reasons why. Hang on one sec. In one of the we were talking about the specific vibe that James gets across, and several of you came up with some really great ways to portray it. But another one occurred to me just a few minutes ago. For a lot of the game, James is living in his own head, right? Like he doesn't really. He's not here on Earth. He's over there, you know. And that it's that whole disconnected thing we were talking about. I mentioned that because the scene we just saw is probably the first scene in this version of the game where it looks like he's properly paying attention and acknowledging to what's going on around him to some extent or another. He actually acknowledges that she's, losing it, recognizes that something's up with her, and, specifically and of his own accord reaches out to her, as opposed to a weird scene of weird. As much as I like weird scenes of weird, it's time to shoot the weird. All right, where are we at? Let's see here. I'm guessing they just say, yeah, we know. Or worse, they just dismiss you, Judo Joker. Because it's like, there's a big fat guy with a cigar who says, we have other concerns right now. We don't care about this pail or the fact that it's spreading. Yeah, execution has been the big watchword for me so far. And I understand how funny that is to say in a horror game, but you know what I mean. Come on. It won't even affect us. The pail can't be spreading. Last I checked, this game sold quite well. I could double check that. But I'd much rather if one of you would check that, so I could keep playing. No stream breaks allowed. And there's our shortcut. They really like shortcut design in this one. And yeah, now it's nighttime and raining. Perfect. Listen, climate change... Excuse me, the pail spreading isn't real. Oh my god, Judo Joker. Actively suppressing word about the spreading pail. That's... Wow. That's actually worse in some ways. I do too, off the deeper end. It's a nice touch. Listen, nothing good ever happens in a hospital, okay? Take care of what matters most, leave the rest to us. Oh, right. There's Maria, who, yep, wrong. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, Maria.
Now, where is that girl?
There's our first nurse. Cleavage is more obvious. I'm sure some people will be happy about that. I've seen a couple, like literally a couple of lag spikes and performance dips, usually as it's loading a new zone, but that's it. Yeah, if this legitimately turns you on, seek help. Not the nurse fetish in general, that's whatever. I'm in that. I mean, for God's sakes, they're even being smothered. See? That's the bag over their head. Okay, so I saw the hole. Not gonna go there just yet. Well, part of the reasoning there, Darkrai, was... I mean, if you know anything about me, you know that I like to reach out to people halfway and compromise. I don't like horror. I never will. And we have reached a point where I can no longer compromise on that for the most part. However... Code's been reset to what we were going during the yesterday in the doctor's lounge. Okay. Is there a way to go? I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I wanted to reach out halfway. I wanted to do the best I could to give you what you wanted, even at my own expense. And so that's why, once I was given the opportunity to play the original, I jumped on it. Actually, no, Yura. Like I said, one of my friends actually owned a copy of the PS2 game. I mean, good luck getting a hold of the copy of the original at this point in time. There's a scene in Soma which bothered me. I will not say what it is, because the only way to say it would be massive spoiling. It's about 3 seconds before the credit rolls, though, if that gives it away. I mean, so getting hold of PS2 and GameCube era games in general is a thing. It's one of the reasons why so many of the games from that era have been vetoed for the longest time. I wish there's more humor and Jamesness. No, I'm good without it. It's a remake. Doing a remake. Do a remake. If I wanted more Jamesness and humor, I would be playing a remaster. Different objectives. That's the third one of those things, whatever those are. I know that sounds strange, but I'm one of those strange people who thinks that a remake should be a remake. It should be something that is redone, is changed from the original. So I'm gonna guess this is locked. Or it's open, and there's a hand just there on the desk. Sure. Would I change into blue?
That's what they keep telling me. My 3 patients. My 3 hopeless cases. But I do not believe it to be a matter of hope. It is a matter of diligence, discipline, trial and error, of being as bold as one can be, to go as far as one needs to. I will find what it is that truly ails them, and I will cure them.
Spoilers, the thing that's wrong with them is they live in Silent Hill. Yeah, exactly, Shadow Machine. Oh, save point. I look forward to seeing what they do with RE4R when we get there. And if it'll score better, worse, or sideways. Water has a calming effect. It used to. Yeah, I saw that act. I wanted to complain about that. I guess this is a good time as any. So there's a new Frostpunk game. It's not a new Frostpunk game. It's just Frostpunk 1, but remade in Unreal. Very, very strange decision there. Delusions persist. Bathing required to be carried out in treatment room. Constant surveillance. Like, I liked Frostpunk a lot, but what? Move to L1. Cannot be left alone. Move to L1 for closer monitoring. Ah, okay. It really has been spreading, Judo Joker. So someone asked, it was Blade Duval, asked, do I think this is closer to the creator's original intent? Supposedly the answer to that is yes. I have to say it that way, but I've only seen a couple of interviews. And who knows about, all of them. But several people who worked on the original flat out said, yeah, this is what we were going for. Now that could just be PR speak, it could be trying to plug the new things, whatever. Okay. Okay, so we need a button. We need 3 wrist straps from the 3 patients. And that's it over here right now. There's also so we need a button. We need 3 wrist straps. Following interview was conducted with, this was in response to incident 71. I remember lying in water empty, and then I felt him stare. He was close, very close. Had to get out, had to get away, but he kept staring, so I made him stop. Now I'm empty again. Could go back to the pool. Okay, so that's terrifying. Yeah, like, that's another thing. Like, Japanese people have kind of a social contract, social requirement thing culturally. So even if they didn't agree, it would be kind of unlikely for them to say, man, this remake sucks. My version was so much better, y'all. So, grain of salt, honestly. Do I think this is what they were trying to go for? Because obviously I can't speak to the mindset and mentality of people who make horror games. But yes, absolutely 100%. Out without hesitation. If for absolutely no other reason than the tech involved. Frankly, the PS2, especially early PS2, just was not ready for what they were probably trying to go for in this game. This is a rabbit hole I went down just last night with a friend of mine. We were looking up the difference between early games of a generation and later games of a generation. And let me tell you, most of the early PS2 titles, including this one, are one step away from being PS1 titles. Which makes sense. Like, that's not a judgmental statement, that's duh. People had to, get used to the new hardware, get used to the new architecture, get used to what was available now. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2 versus Metal Gear Solid 3 is a gap. Some of the games I was looking at, for example, if there's a game that's actually a launch title for the PS2 called Summoner. Now, I have no idea if it's a good game or not. I'm speaking purely in terms of graphics and hardware. But that game does not look good at all if you've ever seen Summoner. It looks rough. It looks PS1. And then you look at something like, say, Final Fantasy XII, right? Which was much later on in the development cycle. Oh, yeah. Give me those sweet drugs. Gotta take those sweet drugs. Oh, precious hair tonic. FF12 is admittedly a bit of an outlier, but it makes the point. FF12's graphics for a PS2 game were kind of crazy. Yeah, it was October, no, it was 2006, and it was a FIFA game. I looked this up just yesterday. And it looks terrible. I was looking it up because I was trying to get an example of, like, the latest PS2 game. It looks like crap. It's not a good example of the PS2's graphics. Um, 2014. Okay, so Judo Joker's doing what we like to call it technically. I'm going to go prove myself correct here. It's called me out, so now I got to prove him wrong here. Hang on. Here we go. Pro Evolution Soccer 2014. Which was released in... Hang on. Aha! 2013. There we go. Okay, so apparently I am mistaken. What's the game I'm looking for? Is this it? Nope, apparently... Oh, I see why I said that. Okay, sorry. I actually was wrong. See, this is why you need to check yourself. That can't be right. Because if this game came out in 2013, then it looks like crap. This is the game I was looking at. This game looks like trash. I was using this game as an example of I was trying to use this game as an example of how the PS2 hardware got better. And just look it up. It's called Pro Evolution Soccer 2014. Also, apparently, Seekers of Adowlin, FF11 Seekers of Adowlin was the last game released on the PS2 in Asia, which came out in some point in time. Definitely. 2013, again, wow. What's the 2006 game I was looking at? Here we go. Well, apparently Final Fantasy 12 came out in 2006. Yeah, it was whatever. I am wrong. I own up to being wrong. Because I am wrong. That's the whole point of checking that. One moment, please. What is this? No, don't. Cancel. Sure, whatever. Sorry. Sorry. Give me a minute here. Okay. Where the hell? Well, I actually turned around. What was I doing? What was I doing? I think it was the last one before the PS3, because the PS3 came out in 2006, didn't it? Or it was 2007? God, I don't even know. It doesn't matter. Point is, the PS2 sucked and everything on it sucked. I think we all agree with that. Now, oh my god, what? I just did it. What? What? Trying to stream a game. Piss off. Ugh, life. Alright, jokes aside, I've never liked the PS2's overall graphical approach. I was actually thinking about that recently because so you've probably heard of me refer to games as kind of PS2 looking. Part of where that's coming from is there's a style to it. It's not quite what they did over on the GameCube. Because on the GameCube, they kind of went a different direction with it, right? Although the GameCube doesn't look super great either. There are a couple of exceptions. But it was that awkward in-between phase, right? PS1 and the N64 in several cases actually look better because of the fact that they didn't lean on textures so much. They could do more with, you know, just polygons and colored polygons. This. And so they weren't like bad early 3D, which people could then like have to work around and make some surprisingly good, interesting looking stuff. And they weren't later 3D where stuff just looked good. So it was that awkward in-between phase, right? It's the puberty. The PS2 and the GameCube were puberty for 3D games. Where they just The last game I was excited for? Well, I suppose technically counting literally right now, because that would be the most recent, I would say Mario Kart 8 and Donkey Kong, whatcha-fig, and a bunch of other games. Like, there's a bunch of games I'm looking forward to right now. I mean, don't mistake me. I can think of games on the PS2 that... Mario Kart 9, whatever. Mario Kart World. Games on the PS2 that look good, and games on the GameCube that look good. I could point to Final Fantasy 12, and I could point to Twilight Princess. But if you've ever roamed the PS2's catalog, or the GameCube's catalog, you know what I'm talking about. It's another one of those. What are those? Yeah, no kidding, you know. I remember when it was functionally unemulatable. I guess that's not saying much. I've been part of the emulating scene since it existed. So of course I know when emulation wasn't viable. I remember when NES emulation was problematic, and people were still trying to figure that out. This, yeah, that's shortcutty. Okay, shortcut get. Let's check out these places first. I love the blood stains on the teddy bear. That's the best part, really. Still getting pricked on a teddy bear, James. Oh god, night vision. It's okay, we'll just play the entire game without night vision again. Oh, hello. I've actually never tried to emulate the Switch. And if Ross shows up, I might finish that sentence. I've only got 6 rounds, so I gotta be really careful with these. Okay. Cool. Oh, there's a level L1 key. Well, the R2 key is much worse, Mr. Red. So, I already am enjoying this more than the original. Which... I don't know what I'm going to think of the Angela stuff, because I know the Angela stuff's still going to be in the game, and that's going to suck. Oh my god, she has heals. She's got heals! So we'll see when we get there. I've given in to the horror. By the way, horror games are still vetoed. Yeah, okay, so we gotta try the treatment room, nurse's station. I don't remember Plutonia. Is that veto overpriced? Yeah, $23 million. Okay, so... Oh yeah, this is more of a horror game than the last one was, frankly. Use. Thanks, Shooter Jugger. Emergency knife. Look, our principles are great and all, but if you drop 10 grand in my face, I'll probably be willing to bend a little bit. Especially since, supposedly, there's a move coming. Amnesia is currently on the list, yes. As I've said before, anything currently on the list is still grandfathered in. Well, as usual, it is not my decision or my call, Act. I am a speck of dust floating about the breeze. They brought in the girl today. This poor thing hasn't said a word. She just sits there, in her hand, sobbing and quivering. I moved her to bed. She didn't calm down. She even smiled at me, I think. Cool. That's awful. Well, I'm going to refer to my earlier speck of dust thing, Judo Joker. I've noticed that too, Plutonia. Because, like, obviously they do have yellow paint. It's right there. It's the bandages, right? But so far, it has been non-obvious enough? I'm not sure what to call that. It hasn't been smacking me in the face saying, hey, this is where you can climb. Which I kind of like. We here at the Lore Walkers enjoy not being smacked in the face. Unless you're into that sort of thing. In which case, no judgment. Little pillow fort down there. No, I'm going to stick with not smacking me in the face. I think that's the best way to describe it. James, I know what you're thinking. I know you see a hole, James. 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 James! No! No! Quite possibly, Kraken-san. It's funny you say that because we literally just finished a discussion about exactly that. James. Buddy. And there's the claustrophobia. Okay, James has been lifting. He can actually move a shelf. My God. That's not that impressive, to be clear, but it's still better than the old James could have. Yep, he's gone to the gym for 3 years to raise his strength from -3 to -2. Yeah! Alright, okay, sure, whatever. Look, I'll never forget old James and his struggle to lift a refrigerator handle. Why don't they help me? Why do they keep me in here with him? Let me out, let me out, let me out. Let me out, let me out. Please keep the noise down. Let me out. So there's one of the bracelets. Don't worry, James would never strangle a cat. Or smother a cat with a pillow. was actually thinking about I could turn off the closed captioning. Let's see, it's over in audio, I think. Maybe, nope. Accessibility, maybe? Oh, hang on. There we go. There, see? Boom, done. Fixed. It's a good point. This game should be about capitalism. Said with a big cigar. Capitalism. Or you can have like a British pulse. Capitalism. Or like some guy with a really outrageously French accent. Capitalism! There's a lot of ways to do that. Alright, let's see here. Dos Capita. Hey, Drakaji. Hello, Monobrand. Okay, nothing new down here. Let's head up, I suppose. See, that sounds like an ad itself, Yura. How to stop drinking Coke with one weird trick. Except instead of weird, it's one woke trick. But yes, for those of you who know where soda is one of the most empty calorie things you'll ever experience in your life. That's not a judgment. I actually like soda every now and again too, but it is empty calories. There's no real nutritional value at all. Okay. Oh, wow. In case you missed that, one of the things that happened there was we shot past her because she was too close to us. Not really, Judo Joker. Rockstar has lost too many key central people that made their games actually good. So I have no faith in the new writing team. I look forward to being proven wrong, but yeah. Okay. Sorry, I did mean since RDR2. But either way. Yeah, it's another new release. Cool, I guess. Nothing fancy. Drop this off over here. I'm sure the internet will explode with fervor when it finally actually comes out. And it'll become one of the best-selling games of all time, as each GTA game since 3 has been. It might even be good. Who knows? Yeah, GTA Online is not great, and 2K Games is... trying very hard to surpass Ubisoft for the worst big gaming company. That is in Tencent. Wait a minute. That's not a cat. That's not a cat at all. Worse than a cat. It's a burb.
Hey, are you okay?
Go away!
Don't be afraid. I just want to talk.
Okay. See, I'm kind of the opposite. I love carbonation. It's one of the reasons I like seltzer water. Brave the carbonation, brother. So it's right, left, right. But like... yeah, none of them sounded different. Thought I could hear my way through that. Patient transferred for observation, malnourished, shallow breathing, avoid eye contact, agitated, pressing stand, frantic, and notion of touch, refuses solid food, nasogastric forced feeding required, serotonin antagonist administered to reduce nausea and vomiting, patient restrained for bathing and feeding, progressing malnourishment, oxygen deficiency, self-suspected injury. Something is very raw. I think Judo Joker just gets a thing of mustard and drinks it, Hira. I've never even heard of kombucha. Yeah, give me good horchata. Yes, please. Ugh. What? Oh, that's right. I already killed you. Why are you getting back up? You're not allowed to self-res. Get out of here. Stay down. Alright, let's see here. Oh. Sorry, today was a wake up with a headache day. It's going down, but ugh. See, liquefied churro sounds good. But then again, I have a pretty high tolerance for sweet. Like, more tolerance than most people I know. The quality of a churro is directly proportional to how soft it is. If it's at all crispy or graty or like dry or flaky, you have got a bad churro. It's a pastry. Kind of a street food pastry. I usually associate it with Mexican, but I don't actually know where it comes from. So I'll be honest. That wouldn't have occurred to me. I had to look that up. I'm going to be honest. So there's one F in reward. Dr. Andrews, we delivered the radiographs as requested. However, it looks like the file is incomplete as one of the pictures was nobody found. We'll send somebody as soon as we locate it. Let me know if you need anything else. A God of War TV show. That isn't what I would consider good at a glance, I'm not gonna lie. Four. Okay. I guess we'll remember the number 4 for some reason. We have some delicious drugs. Gotta get those opioids in there. I mean, that's not really much of a quote, so I'm gonna go with no. It's a quote, technically, but it doesn't convey anything. Alright, I'm apparently not done with the X-ray viewer. Have I missed anything? Question for everyone. What games would you be interested in a TV show about? Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 5, Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 7. We've actually talked about that before, turning those into a show, which would work a bit better than turning those into a movie. But that's a cheating answer, so I'll think about it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yep, okay. Okay, we're just gonna... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're just gonna pretend that's not there. Why is that the sound effect it's making as we slurp it away? Oh my god. Gross. Absolutely gross. This is wonderful. We're just gonna leave here and never return. Okay. Moving on. Okay. Where the hell am I? Okay, so... Yeah, post-apocalypse. I think we've had our fill of post-apocalypse. Like 20 years ago. Actually, yes, Ect. I have worked as a janitor. Thank you. Alright, let's go down to first floor, which is, I guess, we'll just keep going down. Or not. Cannot just keep going down. Okay, rats. Where's the elevator? There it is. A Hitman TV series told from the perspective of someone other than Agent 47. I like it. Hello, Elizar. Oh, let's see. Gosh. What would be a game series I'd actually want a show based on, or show of? Was it Exam Room 3? Oh god, what's the one I just picked up? Inner Ward. Inner Ward. Yeah, hi, I'd like to order an assassination on Judah Joker, please. Inner ward. Where the hell is it? Am I blind? It's gotta be there or here. Except it can't be there. I don't remember the story of Sleeping Dog, so I can't recommend that one way or another. Yes, Elizar, but Resident Evil is higher tier than Silent Hill. Silent Hill is horror. Resident Evil is, you know, monsters with eyeballs and tentacles. Agent 47, your target is someone who's told a very, very bad pun. Afraid you're going to need full discretion and disclosure on this one. Okay. On the back off the deeper end. It's actually funny you say that. My first thought was StarCraft. The Caprulu sector is kind of rife for storytelling potential. So, there's a lot of directions you could take that. You could straight up just do an anthology show and it would probably work. Okay. Speaking of things I didn't notice last time, now that we know we can do that. I had another idea other than StarCraft though, and I've lost it. Although Warcraft would probably work too, for pretty much the same reason. That wasn't it, though. Oh, that was it. Yeah, Silent Hill 2. That was right. Imagination for the key locker is 2-8. Total number of nurses in the lobby photo. Okay. Anything in here? I don't know if Silent Hill 2 R will, but Silent Hill 2 did. Red Alert. Command and Conquer Red Alert. I know that sounds strange, but, like, hear me out for a second. Think a show kind of in the style of Expendables, the movies. Ridiculous, zany, over-the-top, pseudo-Bond-inspired action-adventure spy thriller. Well, 3 or 2. Take your pick. 3 is just 2 again, but with better gameplay. Specifically Red Alert, Judo Joker. Three, I wouldn't say is hammier. 3 is just a slightly different flavor of ham. Like, I've played Yuri's Revenge, you know. So yeah, I think that's going to be my answer. And I do agree with you off the deeper end that the Terrans get the lion's share of the lore. I don't agree that it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just a true thing. We talked about that during the StarCraft lore run. The Terrans were Metzin's baby, and he was the central writer for that. So they got the lion's share of the lore. That really is all that boils down to. Okay, so let's do this. Whoops. I think they did some good stuff with both the Zerg and the Protoss, so I don't mind. So it's not like they were absent from the narrative. Interesting idea, Dream Whisperer. Hang on, I gotta be grossed out for a second. Mold remover. Okay. Hang on. I wonder if that's true here. Oh, I know, random. I'm not even trying. If I get an email from Nintendo, I'll buy it through Nintendo. It's in the walls, deep inside. The mold remover gets rid of it for a while, but the thing reappears in the exact same spots. We need to get in there, break it all down if we have to, and root it out. Cool. Gross, but cool. I'm not stressing it, but if I can successfully pre-order a Switch 2, I am going to do so. My job, if literally nothing else. 5 meals for celiac disease. 7 for lactose intolerance. Running low on potatoes and rice. Patient broke a whole cart of dinner plates. Need to stock up. Monday, oatmeal with fruit. Lunch, baked beans, sausage, eggs, side of salad. Dinner, pork cutlets, potatoes, and grilled vegetables. And mold. Bugs. Meal times, 8 a.m., 12 p.m., 6:30 p.m. Guests are allowed to use the canteen during visiting hours, which is 8 to 8. Guests pay $3 for breakfast, $5 for lunch, and $10 for dinner. Oh, I'm sorry, random. I sympathize. Yeah, I'd love to say that lunge was on purpose, but I'm not a good liar. Ugh, beans. They disgust me. Unless they're good, in which case they're delicious. You gotta put beans in something, you know? Just beans by itself? Eh. My biggest problem with beans is they're too dry, usually. They just get irritating to eat at a certain point. Okay. Let's head back here. Yeah, you cook them with some good sauce or in a good chili. Beans are great. You have beans by themselves. Bleh. I understand them being generic because there's a lot of different types of beans, but they're all the same. There's the garden. Definitely a place I want to go out into. Another incident with 0050. He got out of the pool and made a break for the garden, cutting himself wide open in the process. Thank God I was still here. He was completely manic, screaming. Had the orderlies hold him down. Barely managed to stitch him up. He's back in his room now, sedated. Oh yeah, I still need the hair, don't I? Well, let's see if I can just use the needle. Nope, okay. Well, I know where the drain is. Do you mind explaining why, Yura? Or do you know why? Alright, let's check out the garden. I don't regret this. Let's inject ourselves with syringes we find in this hospital. I could see that. The original definitely had PS2 corridor syndrome a bit. Which, again, 2001 game. Well, that's another thing. We don't need a literal cheat code to get rid of the film grain this time around, so that's nice. No offense to anybody who likes the film grain, but that was literally causing me a headache. Oh, of course, off the deeper end. No judgment. I know plenty of people for whom the set pricing is just unacceptable, and there's no judgment on that either. Either because of finances or because of principles. Now here's the real question. What do you think all this rain symbolizes? Oh wow, I'm getting low on ammo. I didn't even notice. I need to be a little more circumspect in my ammo usage. Oh god, no, James, do not go in that pool. Do not go into that stagnant water. No, no, I refuse. I'm not even letting you. Screw you. It's not happening. You know, James, if you had more strength than a lemur, you could probably climb out of here and just leave, but... Came in? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the other reason I'm not super in a big hurry to get a Switch 2, why I'm not stressing it. I doubt any of the Switch 2 games will be funded anytime soon. And I generally don't play games if it's not for the show, so I'm not in a hurry for that reason. Now, if the move goes smooth, we'll figure that out. Well, that's an interesting thought. I didn't even think about that. I mean, I know my nieces are going to love Mario Kart World. I can pretty much guarantee it with 100% certainty. They're probably going to like Donkey Kong, too. Ace Combat TV series? Yeah, but you'd have to lean into it, I think. I know I say that a lot, but I mean it. Like, An Ace Combat TV series would have to be really over the top ridiculous. And just embrace it unabashedly. You know? Oh, this stupid pool. Alright, hang on. Let me jot down some notes while I'm here, because I do want to jot down some notes. I could be mistaken, but doesn't Mario Kart World have a teams mode, Ooh Girl? I swear it does. I mean, 8 does. Actually, no. Literally last night, my 2 youngest nieces were both playing on the same team. Not against me, just the 2 of them playing. I was shoutcasting. And I don't mean in the battle mode. That's different. I don't even want to be in this room. I could just smell this room. You ever smell stagnant water? It's a uniquely bad smell. I assume it's just the bacteria or whatever, but it's not the kind of smell you get from most other things. It's just really bad. Like, wet dust. Covered in slime. It's awful. Medical tube. Okay. Yeah, like use dishwater, Chatterbox. That's a good way to put that. The heal. Hey, Ciela. My God, why are you still watching me, Ciela? Yeah, here, go watch a good streamer. In the interim, I'll put that towards Alundra, Killzone, and Valhalla. Thank you for 7 years of support. Any streamers I would recommend? No, they all suck. Let's see. So, Alundra, Killzone. Most of the streamers I am aware of are genre or game specific streamers. Like if you want to watch Satisfactory, go watch I Am Kibitz, right? Or if you want to watch someone do Sims-related stuff. You watch Ambiguous Amphibian, stuff like that. I like that. Something there in the pool? No. There's nothing in the pool. Alright, okay. So we don't have the hair for the drain. We don't have the key for the pump. Let's, hang on. There's a room I haven't tried. I don't see any bodies in the pool. What are you talking about? You saw nothing, Act. Case bears a disturbing similarity to a situation that took place in the facility a few years back. Patient was admitted on a court order, but with the consent of his remaining family. His condition appeared to be improving for the first few weeks. He administered medications paired with individual sessions with a psychologist and an art therapist. Can anyone hear that? It's getting louder, too. Oh my god. That is impressive, Priscaborn. That beats my record. I've only streamed about 400 and something, 420-ish games now. I gotta up my game. Stop playing all these long games. God. Look forward to the Guild Wars 2 run. Alright, Ah, okay. So, his condition appeared to be improving in the first few weeks. The administered medications paired with individual sessions with a psychologist and art therapy alleviated his avolition, anhedonia, and social withdrawal. There was no reason for concern. They didn't even know anything was wrong until the night the guard reported one of his keys was missing. When they found him, it was already too late. 420 odd since the Oblivion line. So, obviously a lot more than that if we count everything. But those are the ones that actually count. Okay, so... Okay. See, I'm all excited if I ever actually get caught up in the queue, and the move does happen, and then move happens swiftly, I can actually stream games that I actually want to stream. Oh, that'd be wild. I've even already thought about a few ways to fill out the queue a little bit after the fact. Really? Okay, I guess I'll go around. That's right, I'm going to do nothing but stream Overwatch with the nude mods. Sorry, Marvel Rivals with the nude mods. Are there nude mods? That. You know what? I actually don't want to know. Don't tell me. Making sure. Okay. That was the L shape earlier, if you're wondering. What's with the bugs? They feed me garbage and rotting meat, crawling with maggots, thick with, I can't read all that. Thick with sinew, they make me bite down the juices red and yellow, hit the back of my throat. I choke and gag and I vomit. And my throat is sore, an aching, throbbing tube of flesh. I push it all out, but I can still taste it. They bathe me in filth and blood and piss and bile and gently rub human waste all over my body. My skin itches. It feels like wet paper. I beg them to stop, but they don't listen. They lock me up with him. He's always there, closer each time, and the rot, it comes from him. It comes within. It becomes me. Yeah, so, anybody know the name of that one? Because I've heard of that one before. It's when everything you see and feel is as if it's gross, even when it isn't. This is the guy they were talking about earlier, who they have to sedate and force feed him. And, you know, they have to wash him and bathe him regularly. Where was the... It wasn't on this floor, was it? It's on the first floor? It might have been on the third floor. Yeah, there it is. X-ray viewer. So yeah, let's combine that with the mobile mover. There we go. Okay. Now we head up to the third floor. Which is coincidentally right here. See, this is one of the reasons why I say the levels are generally more well-designed. There's definitely a looping flow to how the levels are designed as compared to the original, which was very straight backtracking. For anybody who's ever worked in level design, you know that if you just design a level, if you just sit down and set up the level and the pages, the puzzles, you'll almost assuredly accidentally make a backtracking design. Because you didn't think about it. You didn't think about where the player will end up after they've done X and where their next step needs to be. It actually takes a lot more work and effort to do something where the player will do this, so they need to go over here, so they need to go over here. That's why I call it looping design. So even though we're going through similar areas over and over, generally speaking, there's a routing to it, right? As opposed to just go back down the corridor again. Alright, so let's go ahead and add this. Oh, hang on, let's fix this really quick. No, that was alright. Was it? Oh, no, that's wrong. There we go. Or 3712. Cool. I actually already solved that one though. That was this one. You see what I mean? The cleaned up radiograph led right. We got that right in front of the staircase, which leads upstairs to here. Which, when we finish this, we have the puzzle answer for the door that's right here. Stuff like that is what I'm talking about. So there's clearly better level design. You might even say that there is level design. Let's see. So that's done, that's done. Now what? Yeah, gotta have that game show host. That was just, what? So we obviously haven't gotten the third patient's thing yet. We don't have a key for the pool pump. So we need a key for the pool pump. We need a hair or something similar for the drain. Probably the same as the original Euro, which I believe would be 4. Depending on how you count that. Don't quote me that. I've never played this game. So feel free to ignore me. How wrong I am. I do have a coil too. We could try it. I was wondering about that. Let's see if it'll let me. Oh, okay. Apparently that does work. Alright, so in that case, let's go ahead and head down. Well, yeah, I was actually thinking about that, Alex. Which one do you think would be Eddie? Because we have the guy who thinks everything is disgusting. That actually would probably be Angela, now that I'm saying it out loud. Constantly feeling filthy and gross. That feels more like Angela. We have the severely suicidal person. That's probably James. And I'm not sure who the third patient is. First floor? First floor. Okay. That's a good point. Don't listen to anybody who's self-important. Oh god, what was the full comment? Hang on, hang on. Don't listen to anyone who is self-important, smug, elitist, and a failure. That's the full comment. True, but if Angela's the suicidal one, then who's the gross one? This way, Laura, this way. Pay attention, pay attention. I mean, they really didn't, Bregman. That's kind of why that was so funny, and why I felt like sharing it. Yeah, actually, check that. It's actually kind of funny. So, if I check my comments on the phone app, and only the phone app, it has this feature, which I actually really like. Hang on a sec. Because if I pull this up, I'll just pull up a comment from Cat Manson. And it'll tell me other comments this person has made on my channel. In other words, how much of a commenter is this person on my channel, right? So if I go pull up the person who left that comment, every other comment is the same darn thing. So first of all, for example, someone's saying that my voice acting is garbage. And here's another fun one. You've been plugging away at this for 12 plus years and you can't support yourself. You might as well get a real job. That's it. End statement. Yeah, and Eddie is attached with Ice because he's a sociopath. Probably Dakota. Okay, so let's go ahead and use this. Oh, that guy's hysterical, Melkor. Some people have asked me why I haven't banned that guy. He's too funny to ban. Also, he hasn't actually done anything offensive. Like, actually offensive. Like, some people look at some of my comments and are like, wow. No, you guys haven't seen how bad it gets. The ones that actually get bad, I ban immediately. I've never been quiet about that. By the way, once again, the item we needed is relatively close and on the way to the place where we can use it. Flow. That's what I call that. Level 3. Okay. Yeah, actual bad comments. No, those are gross. Hey, there's some corpses in here. That's good. That's cool. Okay. break a wall in the second game. Thank you. Just kind of being sure. Okay, I think they're dead. Alright. And there's the last one. The bleeding eye. Which one would be the bleeding eye? Oh, come on! Okay, so now we go to the second floor, I want to say. Let me double check that. Yes, okay, second floor. So I'm going to go there. Changed my mind. I do like the shortcut design because it makes, you know, doing stuff like what I'm doing right now a lot easier the second time around. Which I suppose is the point of shortcut design. Speaking of, there's a door. Note to self, open that on the other side. We'll do it this time around. Hopefully no new enemies will pop out and jump at me and kill me. That's actually a good question, Federation Builder. Which I actually have a really banal and boring response. At some point or another, a sun-going supernova is going to destroy you no matter how magical you are. I know that sounds like a weird statement, but hear me out for a second. We like to throw around words like invincible or immortal or indestructible, but when you think about it, that's a gradient, right? There's a layer. There's layers to that, right? It was actually something that came up recently because someone I know who is actually making a game, and I've been consulting on with regards to the story, was talking about one of the characters in the story who is invincible. And it's like, okay, look. One of the plot points in that story is an exploding star. Can they survive that? And we talked about it. We agreed, no. So it kind of depends on how far you're willing to go, is what I'm getting at. Like, could this place survive being burned to the ground? Probably. Could it survive a nuke? Probably not. No. At that point, it's probably gone. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure what to do with this. No. By the way, this is the self-injury one. I think the self-injury one is probably Angela, if it's anything. Because, yeah. No, I see the numbers. There's like a 7-1 there, and there's like a 4-5 there. And there's a 9-2 there. 7-1-4-5-9-2. Sure, let's try it. 7-1-4-5-9-2. We still don't have the button. We also don't know what the hell this is. Surviving a black hole. If you could call that surviving. It's actually pretty easy to survive a black hole. You just jump in and watch the universe stretch around you forever. But yeah, I think the self-harm one was supposed to be Angela. I still think the gross one's supposed to be Eddie. Which just leaves that one. I don't know. See, I'm with Federation Builder. The only... You'd have to be in the right order? Oh. There we go. Director's storage room key. Which is where? Ah, there it is. Right here. Oh man, this is definitely Puzzle Co. 100%. Puzzle Co. has been stretching outside of Raccoon City lately, and here we are. Ah, okay, so there's that puzzle. And there's our button. And there's his notes on his victims. Sorry. Patience. $3,000 Judo Joker, I believe. It was a long time ago. We haven't seen one like that in a bit. And hopefully we'll never see that again. Alright, so... I like how the books just go through each other there. That's not even complaint. Let's just skip that step, yeah? There we go. I'm gonna have to take a picture of that, aren't I? Hang on. Let me take a snapshot of that. There we go. Or he could write down some notes. I accept that too. So first of all... Okay, so... So that one, this one, and then this one, and then male, and then Earth, I think, and female. No? Yes? Maybe? Oh god. Was it Resident Evil that had the music puzzle where you had to actually know a song just on your own outside of a game in order to figure it? I think that was Resident Evil. I might be misremembering. Okay. Was it Silent Hill? I don't know. I've heard of it. That's right. Silent Hill 3 requires you to know Shakespeare. Might get that one. Oh, I get it. 9245. So, could someone write down 924571 really quick, please? Okay, so 9, 2, 4, 5, 7, 1. There we go. Rooftop. No. Their images became blurry, melting together. I can no longer tell. Not sure if I can do it, but maybe you can. Just take you to where you need to be, though probably not the way you want to. And there's bound to be some pain involved. There always is. Okay. Let's save really quick now that we've managed that. See, this is another thing. I like the puzzles better in this version. They're very Resident Evil. I'm not really making the joke that it's Puzzle Co. all over again. Okay, so... Roof key. There. Okay. Okay, so let's do this. Nope, wrong one. Yeah, wasn't it like more overtly an insane asylum in the first? Or in the first. I keep saying the first game. In the original game. Also, we've been in the hospital for 2 hours and we're not done yet. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. Still raining. Talked to the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic and weak. Not everyone can be strong. Rain again. Meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, who am I? Anyways. Same note from the original. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone. But I'm a bother either way. Ugh, can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. Maybe selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. Doctor came in today. He said I'll be released soon. It's time to go home. I should be happy, but I'm afraid. I'm so afraid. It feels like something's about to happen, like the last gasp I bear for the plunge. But deep down, I know it's too late to turn back. Oh, jeez, Plutonia. Yeah, that says all that needs to, I think. The letter of the day is suicide. That's true, off the deep road. I didn't need that spine anyways. Or the back of my skull, or... No, here we are. Back in the car again. But we're on the other side of the door, so we can finally find Laura, our goal this whole time. Aww. Don't worry, bunnies. I'll protect you. Oh wait, this is a horror game. Everything has to end bleakly. And then the bunnies turned and brutally murdered the wolf and ate its entrails. Just the entrails. The rest would be wasteful. We're doing on ammo. Not great. Doing good on healing items, though. I'm happy about. Did you tell the telemarketer, yes, I will buy everything you say to buy, and then immediately hang up? Like, just instantly. No hesitation. Just boop, we're done. A friend of mine once got a telemarketer call and pulled up a rather explicit sounding pornographic thing, audio file, and just played it on the phone until the person hung up. No code this time. 2 minutes later. You gonna hang up yet?
Laura?
How do you know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big, fat blabbermouth.
Laura, why do you keep running away from me? And how do you know about Mary?
I just do. What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No. I won't. Please, just... I need to know.
Mary's my friend. We met at the hospital last year.
Stop lying! Laura, I'm sorry.
Fine, don't believe me. See if I care.
Hey!
This was a boss fight last time.
Sorry, Laura, but I can't let you just run around this place. You might get hurt.
Hurt by what?
Look, just stay with me, okay? This is no place for a kid.
Fine. But there's something I gotta get.
Laura,
It's important.
what is it?
A letter. For Mary.
What?
I hid it. In there.
The expressions are great. Also, I did like that one little line. Hurt by what? I would love, even if it was like a behind-the-scenes thing, just to see what this looks like from her perspective.
Behind an old pipe.
Okay, wait here. Laura?
Haha!
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya?
Laura, open this door right now.
What's the magic word?
Laura!
Nope, that's not it. I guess I won't open it.
Get me out of here, you brat!
In your dreams, fart face.
So, new enemy type.
There's something in here.
Sure there is. A big lying fart face. See a fart face?
Laura! Laura!
So, okay, only one. I'm okay with that. Oh shoot! Oh no! Okay. Oh, okay, okay. This is a little different. I love how you can see it in the tiles. I love it. I really do. Great Jaws effect. And it serves a gameplay purpose. It's how you dodge the sucker. Oh no. Phase 2. Phase 2. We are out of ammo completely. Okay. You know what that means? So in case you missed that, I've actually started getting much more careful about my ammo usage through this level. And I'm glad I did. Because we went through all of our ammo on that fight. And this is what I was afraid of. See, you might think, oh, we're done with the hospital. No, we are halfway through the hospital. Oh my gosh. A good level too long. That's just... seems to be the watchword for this game.
James. James.
Yeah, we might finish this level before the lunch break. I'm honestly not expecting much. So, gross hospital time. Ah, yeah, ruspital? We'll call it a ruspital. I have no idea. Okay. Initial symptoms, hyperfocus, current diagnosis can't be fixed. Recommendations, stop at nothing. No turning back now. Ammo! Would you believe I don't have an answer for that, Yura? Because I don't like Elementalists, so I don't play one. I don't even have an Elementalist right now. Because Guild Wars 2 has limited character slots. I'm going to have to buy character slots for the run when we get there. To be able to have enough slots to have one slot per class. No, I actually dislike Elementalist. Elementalist and Thief. My two least favorites. Okay, no. Well, okay, hang on. Okay, it won't let me, guys. It won't let me. Sorry. Come back there. Why is it all rust? Ugh, God, it's so gross. There's more hits of doom. Don't do it, Directy. No! 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 Yeah. Oh, there it goes. Yep, this is what I feel like right here. In real life. Thank you, Directy. Always appreciate that support. Thank you. Give me a moment. I'll go ahead and jot this down really quick for... Gosh. Frostpunk. Lair Obscure Expedition 33. Too long of a name. Starring Andy Serkis. And the Resident Evil block. No, probably less so, Bella, honestly. Because if I was playing this off stream, I'd probably have something else going at the same time. Okay, so there's our chains puzzle. I remember that from the last time. Ho ho ho! Okay. Okay. Cool. Alright. We'll come back to that. Ew. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with ew. Anyone have any other words to add to that? Just the overwhelmingly bubbling, muddy, rust-covered tub. Yuck. Yeah, that's a good word to add to that. Okay, so we don't have... Oh, geez, there's two of them. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, there's two. Wasn't ready for two. Thank God for the pipe. Yeah, that's a good word for that too. How are we doing on ammo? We have one shotgun round, and we've got a clip. Oh God, even the toilets. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Hey, Ed, hey, James, do you want to stick your hand down there? Come on, why not? I just realized I'm not sure what they do that's different in the other world. Okay, that might be one of the things they do that's different. And the nurse comes back from us with a steel chair. Well, in this case, a knife. Hey, Ross. Crap, now I can't remember what I was going to say around you. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we've got the spittoon from West of Loathing. I'm going to stick my hand in there. Why? All the enemies have been a little bit tougher than the original, I've noticed. Actual attack patterns, different strategies, better placement. It's one of the reasons I've jotted down encounter design as a positive. So in this case, we were fighting the Flesh Lips boss, beat it, and then a second one grabbed us and dragged us here. Oh, how we danced, arms flailing, our bodies in perfect synchrony. Music played, but in any dance there comes a time when one must take the lead, and the music got louder and louder, pounding, piercing, and then silence. You got a little chain in your skull there. That's actually an interesting point, Verlictum. It hasn't even occurred to me to try to just pass them by, because enemies don't respawn, and there's so much exploring and backtracking. It didn't even occur to me to... Hi, guys. Yeah, no, exactly, Platonia. It's... That's not a dig. There's only so much you could do with enemy design and enemy tactics in a game like Silent Hill. So it makes a degree of sense that if you can increase the capacity of the enemy, then you make the... Or sorry, I said that the wrong way. You increase the capacity of the player, you increase the capacity of the enemy. There we go. That's what I meant to say. Sorry. Getting distracted. Saying the wrong thing. Because I'm elitist. Woo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, hey. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's pop some pills here. Oh, there we go. I mean, we have an honest-to-God dodge button here. Considering the primary purpose of the enemies is to torment us, not kill us, I have no idea if I should go. So there's the chain. Notice it keeps kind of guiding us where to go with the chains, too. That's also nice visual design there. I'm remembering, the original kind of did that too with the hospital. God. How long do you think the frickin' the Historical Society is going to be? In this version. Is that going to be like an entire day of just doing the Historical Society? Oh, jeez. Hi! Sorry about this. You're kind of in the way. Really. Really sorry. Really sorry. Oh, God. Please don't kill me. I'm just trying to kill you. Run. Oh, the labyrinth. Oh, jeez. I might just pull up a map of the labyrinth and be like, yeah. Okay, so by Verlictum's command, we must start avoiding combat. Oh, shoot. We're gonna go into a dead end, first thing. Okay, here we go. Ah! Why, Verlictum? Why are you vomiting on my face? Oh, God. Okay. Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong. Ah! Why? 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 What did I ever do to you? That's a good question. Everyone's so damn rude. Like, hey, I'm here to find my wife. We'll kill you! We don't like your kind around here. What, people looking for the wives? Damn right. Infidelity or bust. Yeah. Give me that sweet, sweet nectar. That's a good point. Can't actually argue that consciously. Reload the shotty. Reload the pistoly. Okay, where the hell? I'm actually a little turned around after that runaway sequence. Okay. Gosh. Yeah, try cheating on your wife in a small town. Everyone will know, including your wife, inside of a day. Okay, so the chains both go in here, but I can't get in there. That chain goes that way. Yeah, you like tetanus, right? No, listen, Savcom. We've got to cheat on our wife. It's mandatory. We have to cheat. This Vulcan who looked a lot like a Romulan told me that I have to cheat on my wife. I don't know. Maybe they just said cheat. I don't know. Let's see here. So, okay, let's try the... Kill her a wife? No! Wrong town for that. Depends. Okay, I'm sorry. I would play this game again. I would replay it if I had Ultima with infinite mana. I walk into the hospital. Okay, the entire hospital's destroyed. Alright, next is the Historical Society. Okay, so this chain... This is clearly one of the chains. Can I, like... No? Okay. Oh, there we go. You weren't using that hand anyway. need something to jab into his eye. Actually, you want to know something I appreciate legitimately? They're not relying on meat moss to make this all gross. Right? That's shorthand for gross. It has been for 1,000 billion years, right? You want something to be gross, you make it meat moss. Organic levels, womb levels, stomach levels, you get it. It would be really typical and obvious to have this whole place just be this giant, pulsating flesh sack. Instead, they go with this rust aesthetic, which is arguably grosser, but like in a less kind of a way. And I don't know, I like it. Meat moss. It's actually a term. It's not my words. It's kind of exactly what it sounds like. It's when the walls are covered in moss, except the moss is meat. Okay, so this is the chains area, right? Yep, there's the chains. Okay, no, that's what I thought. This is it. All right. Oh, back up. But yeah, like, this whole place looks like it's just had an enormous amount of water damage. First thing. That it's dirty, literally dirt. Like these, well, yeah, actually, that's a great example right there. You know, just the sheer amount of mud that is everywhere. And then the rust, which is on all the metal and the floor and all that fun stuff. It's a great aesthetic. I can actually appreciate it. Very, very gross without being gross. I don't know what else to call that. Disturbing without making me want to stop looking at it. That might be a way to phrase it. All right, so it's back down here. Yeah, eliciting disgust without going overboard, exactly. Without making me actually want to stop playing the game. Yeah, this feels like the place you want to go into with gloves. Or a full body suit. Yeah, get in there with a hazmat suit. And a force field. Jesus. Like, look at the rust damage on the walls. Look at that. It's along the pipes, too, so that's even better. In fact... Oh, I'm wrong. Yeah, go stomping around here as a big daddy. Kong, kong. Okay, so... That is a good question off the deeper end. Valid question, one might say. That's right, I'm in a giant mech stomping through Silent Hill, casting Ultima every 5 feet. I'd play that game, I'm just saying. It's like a 20-minute game. That's really gross. Okay, cool. Yeah, I try not to think about that, Bella, because I am actually partially aware of how gross meat processing can get. And I need meat, like, to survive. So I just kind of don't think about it. And cook it. Always cook it. I know that doesn't always work, but it makes me feel better. It's called Viscera Cleanup Detail, Isbira Star. It's a good game. I recommend it. It is a little gross. Oh, you mean getting rid of the monsters. Sorry, that's different. Sorry. Viscera Cleanup Detail also has co-op. Into the worst part for me, it's these chunks of wire sticking out periodically. So, like, it's relatively easy to bypass the giant rusted shelf, but imagine you just kind of scrape yourself on that little outcropping wire accidentally. Whoops, congrats, you have tetanus. Okay, so both chains go to here. Key of Bliss. Right. Now the worst part is I'm almost positive where we need to use this. I was going to say, we're going to use this on someone's eye. Don't worry, it's not a real person. This is definitely not some kind of delusion in our head, and we're definitely not about to shove a spike into a real person's eye. It's fine. Yeah, this is just practice. See? It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The person had a key in their skull, okay? And we got the key out. And now they're better. Seriously, Zavacom. I'm sorry, you're probably wondering why I keep saying that sound effect when I'm thinking of Ultima. So there's this old X-Men arcade game. And in that game, you could spend health to cast a super move. And if you played as Colossus, your super move was him going and hitting the entire screen. And so, because I'm an idiot, I've always associated that with screen clearing. Like since I was a kid. Okay, so let's use the key, I suppose? Yeah, okay. So what did that get us? We loosed one of the chains. Is anyone else here screaming upstairs? Oh man, that fight was mean. Could be worse. Could be the original X-Men fighting game. You know, before Capcom vs. X-Men, the one that was based on. If you remember that game, there were two final bosses. One was Juggernaut and one was Magneto, and they were both cheaters, just straight up cheaters. I didn't even know for years how much those bosses cheated. So there's one of the knife nurses. I'm gonna try and shoot to disable. Hit to kill. That is the presumption, yes, as Miristar. We know Eddie's is cold-based, and we know Angela's is fire-based, and we know ours is water-based. Don't know if the others see rust or not. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take those pills right there from this place. There we go. Oh, I feel so much better. I know I've made that joke before, but goddamn, dude. I'd say what's going through your head, but I'm not sure I want to know what's going through your head right now, James. Ugh. Oh, the nurse over there. Oh my god. Good afternoon, Spartan. Welcome to Tetanusville. Population, everyone. I was glancing at the mods recently, and I did see a mod for making the whole game bright and sunny and getting rid of the fog. It was pretty good. I was actually tempted to load it up just to show it, but we're well past the point where it would really be worth showing off. And I got other stuff to do, so. I wonder what like places like this would look like. Uh-oh. Run! Or don't. That's also cool. Ah. Hello, Evo. Welcome to Rustville. Yeah, someone look up Rustville. Is that a real place? I gotta know now. Okay, scooch that out of the way. Get myself a cut, because I want an open wound in this place. That's exactly what I want in my life here. Oh yeah, I want a shower in this area. Look at this. This is just such a... I think the word that comes to mind for this shower is hygienic. What do you think? This is where I go to get clean. So Halo SPV3, Dead Space 1R, and Metroid Prime Hunters. Thank you, Spartan. As always. I thought I missed something here. I guess not. Oh, okay. That's true. We're in a hospital. No worries. Okay, so where's an up? Up. Is there an up? I don't see an up. I do see a spiked chain, though, and that's going there. I was really torn on the thumbnail for Silent Hill 2R, and as I was perusing the footage, I saw the shot of him reaching into the toilet, and I'm like, nope, that. I know it's dark and kind of hard to see, but anybody who knows will know. I need to take it outside. Oh, I see. Okay. That's actually clever. I'll give you that game. I wouldn't want to clean this place with anything other than napalm or Ultima. No, I can't move! Oh, God! I'm body blocked against the frickin' corner! Oh, I think that's the lowest my health's gotten so far. I'll use a real heal for that. There we go. He's there again, looking, staring. He says he'll drag me there. I don't want to. I won't let him take me. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to write this place off. We'll give you $15,000 to clean it. No. Okay, so... I don't know, the dynamite might cost more than that. Actually, there is raspberry jam in this game, but you can turn it off, which we did. So... that's the radio we just walked by. I was just eyeballing that Federation builder. So, okay. We went there, we went there. That led to nothing. That's there. So let's... Ha! Director's office key. You were right all along, Federation Builder. So we want to go to the director's office, which is this way. You got it, Trihexia. Take the 100,000, demolish it anyways. Everyone's happy. Here we go, director's office. Yep, this is what I expect to see in the director's office of a hospital. There'll be no pain anymore. No pain, no pain, no pain. No pain, no pain. No pain, no pain, no pain, no pain, no pain. No pain. No pain. No pain, 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 no pain. No pain and no pain accessories. Damn it! I was gonna go for that joke too. I'll give that to Plutonia, though. You got there first. Define end game for me, Spartan. Because if you mean, like, you know, what? Okay. If you mean, like, you know, the stuff you do after you've beaten the game and you keep playing, then I don't think I've ever experienced FF14's endgame. If you mean like the end of the MSQ, that's a big... the outro, in other words, that's different. I found 0050 in the EC2 room again. This time I checked, he was not appointed for the treatment. How's possibly got there all by himself, and how would he know how to turn the thing on? Someone's got to answer for this. So close. It will happen. It has to. Oh, FF14. Easy answer here. Well, let's just strap myself in here to this thing. Is that barbed wire? No, it isn't. It's just really, really messed up wire. Well, let's go enable the torture device. goes that way. It's just another route around. So the reason I keep stomping on them so many times is that I'm not actually sure how many stomps it takes to permanently kill them. Earlier in the game I was only doing a single stomp, and occasionally they'd get back up. So I've made it a point of doing 3 stomps per kill, because that 1, 2, 3, because they don't seem to get up from 3 stomps. In the original, if you did a stomp at all, it was a guaranteed kill. Like, that was the indicator that they were dead, was the stomp. And here, it doesn't seem to be. I've also noticed I get achievements for killing them, usually not after the first stomp. And yes, I've gotten achievements for killing people. In the game, not in real life. Hydrotherapy. What do you think hydrotherapy involves? Before we go in there. Apparently we can't actually get in there. Damn. Well said. Okay, so the cabling goes this way. This way? Wait, no, this is where it came from, isn't it? Yes, this is where it came. Sorry, so opposite of this. So that way. This way. Take some drugs. Ha! Scrap generator. What is with the metal wiring over everything? I know it's part of the rust aesthetic, but Jesus. Oh yeah, hole. You know we gotta do it. We gotta do it. Smear that rust everywhere. I don't know. I don't think there's anything in that toilet. I won't rest until there's salt. I won't rest. I can't rest. I don't know how anymore. Whatever. Let's try our electrotherapy. 9. Can someone write this down real quick? 9659. Or is that G? He wrote it down. 9659. Cool. Okay, so let's go back down. No toilet shall be left unexamined. Thank you. That was this one, I think. Hello, game, hello. There we go. 9, 6, 5, 9. Spike chain. One more chain. My chains will set me free. Hi. Okay. Just gonna ignore that. No toilet left behind. It's a new federal policy. I can't believe anyone actually got the reference I was making there, Federation Builder. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, so the chain stops here. We're up to a whopping 5 rounds on the shotgun. Can someone do me a favor and look up if there is dynamic item dropping? Surely someone's reverse engineered that by now. Surely, surely. That's something I've noticed. They like to use this tar stuff instead of blood. In several cases they've used it. It's worked out pretty well in pretty much every scene it's in. One year they've been watching me, the numbers of the pills in the sink and the hour clock. And the hour the clock makes a sound all make me count the times the light goes out. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so, hang on. Number of pills in the sink. The hour the clock makes a sound, so 12. And the time the lights go out. So 6, 12. Come on. Or not? And I think you're right off the deeper end. Especially since the bosses are so much meatier. So I need to walk in here and cast Meteor. Oh man, if only. Ultima, Meteor. I'm not picky. Apparently it's 2, sorry. So it was 6, 2... What is this, Left 4 Dead? Oh my god. Nope, nope, don't want to waste the shotgun shells. Oh god, I'm getting stabbed because I didn't want to waste shotgun shells. Okay. So, sorry, so it was 6, I think? Already forgotten. Yeah, it was. Okay, so 6, 2. And then the light going out is the other thing. It should go dark. So do you think it means 2, or is it still going? I'm going to say it's 2. So... it's Morse code, I'm screwed. I can't do Morse code even when I've got a guide to it. As anybody who's ever played Keep Talking Nobody Explodes with me can attest to. Looks like that's it over here. So let's go ahead. Hi. How are you? Okay. Moving on. No, yeah, it's clearly 1 year they've been watching me. Numbers of the pills in the sink. The hour the clocks make a sound. And the make me count the times the light goes out. It's 1622. Oh, whoops. Dyslexic. There we go. So last time it was a hair. This time it's literally nothing. Wow. Just like in real life. We chose the mystery box. Oh god, the stupid hand puzzle. Well, let's go to floor -1. She's an angel, no one knows, only I can see the lady at the door. They cannot walk her along the bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes, like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins. She devours them, sin and sinner like she saves me. She is an angel. I should probably save. I haven't saved in a minute.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat, where you answer our questions correctly and win a prize beyond your wildest dreams. Or you fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It's all in the hands of our lucky contestant, James Sunderland.
Doing it without Maria this time.
Are you ready to play Trick or Treat? Excellent. Here's your first question. In the early 1800s, a terrible disease spread across Silent Hill. resulting in the death of many of its inhabitants. Their bodies thrown into the lake to sleep forever in their watery grave. How many souls were lost during the plague? 1, 42, 2, 67, 3, 85. Know the answer? Well, you better hold on to it. You never know when it might come in handy. Now, on to the second question.
I have no idea.
Follow Sanders Street heading east and further on to the outskirts of town. One and only one road will take you towards the lumberyard and the cemetery. What is the name of that road?
Jeez, I don't know.
Bachman Road. 2, Munson Street. 3, Wiltsey Road. Did you get that? I sure as hell hope so. And for a third and final question, Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. One of the victims was a local boy named Billy Loquet. But what was the name of the other victim? Billy's sister. 1, Miriam. 2, Heather. 3, Julia. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? If so, fantastic. The time will soon come to collect your prizes. But be careful. If you're wrong, well, looks like that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in. See you somewhere, sometime, in sickness or in health. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna look up the answers for that.
What the hell was that?
Because, how would I know? There, I'll look that up right now. Let's see. Where we got? Otherworld Hospital. Here we go. It is 231. Could someone jot down 231 just so we can remember it? It's not super relevant immediately, but yeah, that's the answer. Okay. Nice place, nice place. Very great ambiance. That's true, Federation Builder. If anybody asks, I'm going with that. I don't think there's any challenge runs of this game to play it without the flashlight. Because, I mean, you can still navigate, kinda. In some areas. Yeah, one thing I think is pretty consistent about the original Silent Hill 2 is it's much more alien. In fact, that actually tracks because one of the things they've been doing consistently is making almost all the characters more relatable, more human-like. That's also true with most of the situations and scenarios, too. Alright, I'm already tired of milk flash. Let's turn that back on. I am sorry, Mr. Red. Grounded, that's another good word. And a good game. I highly recommend it. Bit of an arachnophobia warning, but they do have an arachnophobia mode. As all good games should. Ooh, look, Mr. Red. It's a hole. And a red light. Oh my god, that's it! The red color indicating, obviously, is indicative of James's constant visiting of the red light district. But of course, he feels guilty for having done so. Oh, that would be interesting, Bella. Boom! My hands. I'm a little injured. Sorry, I think that's the second time you've asked me that, Federation Builder, and I apologize for not answering the first time. I do like the naming, by the way. Silver screen. So, unironically, I think you should do a review. If you really want to establish like a floor and a ceiling right out the gate, which you'll notice I didn't do. We've been slowly developing that over time. We have a current floor and a current ceiling. Who knows if we'll break through either of those. Anyways. But I would recommend if you want to establish a floor, unironically, Battlefield Earth is probably one of the worst films you could review that still qualifies as actually being a film. You know, a lot of films either are barely a film or are very amateurish, you know, or are so bad they're funny or whatever. Battlefield Earth is just crap. It is just bottom of the barrel dreck. It's a good film to establish a floor. Yeah, it's like Starfield. You can't really have fun with it. All you can do is use it as an example of what not to do. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Red. Or honestly, Birdemic was the other example that was occurring to me. You can't really use Birdemic to establish a floor because it's not, it doesn't really lean that way. And honestly, Birdemic is hilarious. Unrelated. Never mind the fact that the production values in that film are absolutely atrocious. Oh, well, I'm actually stuck. I have to go through now. That's funny. I admit I'm not one of those people who likes the room, but yeah, same general concept. Now, as far as the ceiling, that's harder. What I would recommend doing, personally, if you're going to do something even close to what I do, that is to say the two axes, story axis and gameplay axis, there's one of the rings. Maria?
James.
Mary! Oh. Maria, I thought... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? I was almost killed back there. I have never been so scared in my whole life. All you care about is that dead wife of yours.
I
You
mean,
couldn't
yeah.
care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't leave me alone again. You're supposed to take care of me.
Oh, wow.
So what about Laura? You found her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
What? Well, we have to find her.
Yeah, you really seem to care about that girl. Do you know her?
I'd never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone and... I don't know, for some reason I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Okay.
Come on, let's go look for
Yeah,
her.
how did you get down here? Also, once again, talking about how much I love the animations and the motion capture. She goes, rests her head on his shoulder, and, you know, she's like, you're supposed to protect me. His response is just to kind of quietly, uncomfortably, very stiff movements, back away, and then take a noticeable step backwards away from her. I love the new animation. I love the new motion capture. It is... Oh, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right. Oops. Oh, okay, sorry. So yeah, forgive me, I didn't finish my sentence. If you're doing enjoyment and objective quality, then my other suggestion will not work. So never mind. I withdraw the suggestion. I'm not sure he cares what's going on. Like, she's being manipulative, and I'm not sure that's even processed for him, even now. Like, you'll notice she's getting more obvious about it, and he's still just completely no-selling it, which kind of works. Okay, so if you're going with a film that's objectively good, I would go ahead and cover one of the true greats. You know, films like the first Godfather film, or Shawshank Redemption is another good example. To help establish kind of a ceiling on that. As for enjoyability, I can't help you with that. But I would give you like an idea of trying to cover a film that you know isn't that good, but you still enjoy a great deal. I can actually give an example of that. The Van Helsing film with Hugh Jackman. Not a particularly good film, but quite enjoyable.
What the hell is that?
Well, what do you know? A stroll in the rain. How romantic.
Maria, what are you talking about?
I'm trying to keep things light, James. Just humor me, okay?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh man, look at that pool. I want to jump into that pool. Hey, Mr. Red. They mustn't know. Probably something silly, Magister. Like Avatar. Film, not the show. See, for my system, since I would still cover something like gameplay when it comes to filmmaking, which I do plan to do someday. Yeah, right. As if I'll ever have time for that. If I wanted to establish a ceiling, I'd probably go with something like Avatar. on gameplay, because, man, the story in Avatar is bad. And then if I wanted to establish a ceiling on story, oh gosh. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that. I don't know. I would have to actually think about that. I'm not sure.
Is that what I think it is?
Is what? Oh, it's a fridge. Can we do it by ourselves? Nope. We still suck.
Having trouble there?
Yeah. You think you could give me a hand?
Me? You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? Fine.
Oh, God.
What's this?
Ah, our other ring.
Not very cute, is it? Here, why don't you take it?
Thanks.
So, where to now?
Back up.
I think I know where those rings belong.
Patients will become the diagnosis what? The patients will become the diagnosis scheduled for them when they'll make recovery, as my aim is always for the entire personnel, especially when their symptoms will become receding with effective treatment. Now, I'm going to read that again out loud in case you missed that. The patients will become the diagnosis scheduled for them when they'll make recovery, as my aim is always for the entire personnel, especially when their symptoms will become receding with effective treatment. Anyways, look, the doc's fine. He's just here to cure people. What's the issue? So, sorry, to go back to the movie thing. Return of the King would certainly have a high story score, but the goal would be to have something with a high story score and a low gameplay score. And that I'm running into a little bit more of a wall on. This way.
James?
What's wrong?
Let's just get out of here, okay?
Yeah, can we not be in Hellscape? 5 seconds. John story? No, it's Avatar again. No.
What's wrong? I thought you wanted to get out of here.
I know. It's just... something doesn't feel right.
Come on. It's gonna be fine.
And then she dies. Hi, Handy Randy. So I've played the original. I've never played the remake. It is done. Sick no more. I have cured everyone with bullets. Take 2 of these and call me in the morning. Yeah, we're not handling this very well off deep. Which doesn't surprise me. This place kind of sucks.
Run!
At least Maria's running ahead of us this time. No worries about, that problem of having to shoot past her, hoping for the best.
There! An elevator! Come on, hurry!
Good thing we just established we're physically weak. Da 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 da. If they'd gone with the original scissors idea, I think the knife would have worked better. As is, yeah, I prefer the spear. Unless we're still in Rustville. Oh, can we just leave? Are we done with Rustville? No, we are not done with this dungeon. Oh my god, this is the Eternal Dungeon. It is kind of interesting. As I've mentioned before, she's the only one who plays into his, for lack of a better way to call it, delusions. Like, nobody else here reacts to his version of Silent Hill. So, she was the only one who was being played straight, for lack of a better way to call it. And of course, she just died, so that hits harder, right? Whoops, I meant to read the... There we go. Ahem. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side, perhaps, may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there's no wall between here and there. It lies on the border, where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some even say it's not an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a field officer, or even a psychiatrist, unlike the director. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Tulpa, T-U-L-P-A. Last minute check for loot. Grab save. I think we did it. I think we beat the hospital before the lunch break. Jeez Louise. It's almost a 4-hour dungeon. My god. Oh. And we're still in the other world. As everything out here is rusted and rotten. Oh my god, look at that. That's the street. That's the street, suspended over an abyss of nothing there. Yeah, this is our first look at the outside of the world. And of course, we're still having otherworld enemies, so... The puzzle design has been almost universally fantastic, I say. Like, legitimately, I've been actually impressed with the puzzle design in the remake. How injured are we? Yeah, we're a little injured. There you are. And of course, it's nighttime. Good morning, Sean. I would say the opposite of that, but they're far more engaging to fight than the original. I'll go ahead and pop heal. We've got plenty of hair tonic. We're fine, we're fine. We're at the point where we have more syringes than we do hair tonics, too. Oh, right, sorry. I even meant to loot it and I just spaced. Hang on. Shotgun ammo. With its weight in gold. Sir, shotgun ammo doesn't weigh that much. Shut up. Don't contradict me when I'm making bad metaphors. Wouldn't that be a simile? Because it's like it's... Shut up! Nope, 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 nope. I mean, I'm playing the game and I'm tense off the deep end. But I would say no. No, it is a wonderfully atmospheric game. I can't wait to start crapping all over it. James is like, well, I'm out. I'm done. We're done here. Peace.
Laura, stop! It's dangerous!
Still in the other... I'm surprised how long we're in the other world outside. Nope, 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 nope. Just no. Oh no, it won't let me. Not while I'm in combat. No! Oh, I would. I mean, honestly, I would have noped out here a lot earlier. But even if I had, like, some strong motivation to stay here, seeing Maria die would have probably been the line for me. Like, okay, yeah, I'm good. This has already been horrifically terrible from word go. I mean, the moment I hit the first Rustville back in the apartments, I'd be like, you know what? I don't care about my wife that much. I've come up with a new recipe here. It's called getting the hell out of Dodge. I get back in my car. Who's this in the back of my car? Oh my god! Seriously not. Okay. In that case. Look, you can go to therapy, you can go to Silent Hill. One of them might kill you, and will probably mentally equip you for this life. But if you manage to get through it, you'll get through it a better person. The other one will destroy your pocketbook for the rest of your life and give you generational debt. Take your pick. Oh, good question. We do, actually. That does not seem up to code. Any percent SH2 remake? Hour and 40. I feel like I'm highballing it, but I'm gonna go with hour and 40. Range on that puke test. 55 minutes. Wow. That's, yeah. That's actually quite impressive. Jesus, they actually followed me. I don't know how, but they followed me. Run for it, Marty. You know, I'd probably actually take the Ishimura over this place. At the end of the day, what the Ishimura does to you stops after you die. It's the Resident Evil thing all over again, right? Raccoon City sucks and the T-Virus sucks, but once you're dead, that's it. At least from your perspective. Silent Hill, that's not quite so, linear. Dead Space is also completely doomed. There is no hope for the Dead Space setup. It's true, I do Judo Joker. And yeah, at least Raccoon City gets nuked. Which, trust me when I say, is actually a happy ending. Aw. In the Ishimura, it's like, oh, I'm on the Ishimura. Open an airlock, and we're done. No air, no problems. My eyeballs freeze in my sockets, and we're good. Nurses. Well, it's either Mario Kart 8 or it's Mario Kart 8 for us. Because Mario Kart 8 is actually the best-selling video game of all time. Now, there's a couple of asterisks attached to that, but it's not true. Hey, offshore Twitch account. Every video game that's sold better than... this is actually true, I'll look this up. Any video game that's sold better than Mario Kart 8 has a technically attached to it. Like, games that are free. And so, you know, they're just counting how many times someone has downloaded it, for example. Or games that came bundled with something else, like Minecraft. Mario Kart 8, there's no asterisk. It's just that good in terms of sales. I mean, obviously, I think it's a good game. You get my point. Listo Protocol, I think, Spartan. So GTA 5 has not sold as many. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, so there's actually 2 asterisks for GTA 5. Sorry. Sorry, I've already been down that rabbit hole, and I sort of assumed you knew exactly what I was talking about. My apologies. So, some people say that GTA 5 has sold an absolutely ludicrously number of copies. Those numbers are assuredly a lie at least once, and are probably a lie twice. The amount of sales figures that they claim GTA 5 has are so high as it's the point of actually kind of being ludicrous just on the face of it. Like, in reality land, there's no way they have that level of saturation and spread. Not according to logic or reality or even just basic things like logistics. The second asterisk, though, is something that's a lot easier to prove, because they count every single person who plays GTA Online as part of that. This is kind of similar to the Minecraft thing, or the Fortnite thing, or not, I think it's PUBG. Whatever. Point being, every single person who downloads GTA Online, they count as a sale for GTA 5. So, inflates the hell out of the numbers.
Please, wait!
Exactly, offshore Twitch account. In fact, I would love to know how much GTA 5 has actually sold. I doubt we ever will, because they're probably lying and definitely lying with regards to GTA. Which has sold more, Breath of the Wild or Odyssey? Breath of the Wild. So, that's the thing, Lune Ruth. If I was to fire up GTA 5 right now, what do you think I would see? I know that's a strange question, but just bear with me. Yeah, the problem with sales figures is sales figures come from the publishers, and they have every reason to lie. So there's always kind of an asterisk when it comes to discussing sales figures. Someone shooting in the face and kneeling on you. No, that's real life. No, what you see is a menu of GTA Online, the latest, whatever the current event is in GTA Online, a thing to access, like, your account and all that. And over there in the tiniest bit of a corner is something, I don't remember what's labeled. It's something labeled weird. It's like offline mode or something like that. And if you click that, that fires up GTA 5. Maybe it's story mode, I forget. It's something weird. Oh, this is dark. This is too dark. Where's my shotgun? Oh god, it's those stupid things that hang out below the ground that I just avoided the entire first playthrough. Are we back? Nope.
Laura?
Still in the other world. Damn.
Where did she go?
You know, I'm still injured. Oh yeah, this looks safe. I don't blame you off the deeper end, but the shame of it is Hitman 3, which is, I'm going to call it that for a reason, is actually a really good game. It's funny you say that, Cordoon. I've been kind of going out of my way to be a lot more careful about using my resources. Specifically because I actually ran out of ammo. Well, hello! On the last boss fight. I've been leaning on the pipe a lot more lately. You see, James really feels the need to lay down some pipe. That's another thing. Sales figures don't really take into account anything. Like, I tend to go by units moved because it's the closest thing to an objective measure of economic success as we can get with a video game. But even that has so many asterisks attached to it that it's not quite useful, you know. For example, a game that sells for $5 isn't going to make as much, right? But then again, how many of those units moved were on sale? Because they count sale purchases, too, for those kind of things. How many of those were, through which particular store, which generates different amounts of money depending on the store. I have not, Yura. And then, of course, how much did it cost to make? How much did it cost to market? GTA 5 assuredly made its money back, for example. But it's also worth noting, for the sake of just information, that GTA 5 was an extremely expensive game. And that's not counting the amount of money they just burnt on terrible marketing gimmicks. That's a good question, Cordoon. I would say yes, because I've got a little bit of a buffer, you know? Oh, haha. It's the map from the first game. Come on. Oh, absolutely, Blade Jamal. And yeah, the Fire Emblem example that Ross just mentioned is a good example of that. Like, I've been debating accordion. I have it jotted down as an itemization potential. Okay, let's see what's going on with the jukebox. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. What? Okay, I was gonna do like a fake jump scare ending to end the stream because it's lunchtime. But that confused me too much. So instead I'm just gonna say, bye!